Testing?
Testing?
Okay, great. Mic works. Okay, so looks like the problem was at my end there. The modem went off there. So that sucked. Okay, so hopefully there won't be any more tech issues and we can continue. So, so it cut off where I basically had finished talking, doing a recap through the trailers. Now I'll continue and where it cut off there and do a recap of the Jedi Knights story. So I'll do a recap of the Jedi Knight prologue and chapter 1, then a recap of Knights of the Old Republic and 1 and 2, and then the Sith Warrior chapter 1 and 2, and then finally the Jedi Knight chapter 2, and then I'll get stuck into chapter 3 of the Jedi Knight story. Okay, so okay, so Jedi Knight opening. It is a dark era for the Jedi Order. The Sith Empire obliterated the Jedi Temple on Coruscant and slaughtered many of the Republic's brave defenders during the last war. The surviving Jedi have withdrawn to their ancient homeworld of Tython, where they take advantage of a fragile peace to train a new generation of Guardians for the galaxy. Now a new hope emerges. A young Padawan, strong in the Force, journeys to Tython's wilderness to complete the final Jedi trials and become a Knight of the Republic. Jedi Knight Prologue, Tython. In the prologue of the Jedi Knight, I created a character called PatrickPearce, who started off by arriving on the planet Tython, where he was greeted by Darren Weller, then confronted with the pressing issue of an attack on the temple's grounds by flesh raiders. Upon repelling these flesh raiders and helping to free other Padawans, Darren contacts the Jedi Knight and sends him to the Gnarls to seal a flesh raider cave that is allowing the flesh raiders easier access to the temple. Inside the cave, Patrick discovers a person named Caliph who is assisting the flesh raiders with his force sensitivity. Patrick then defeats Caliph and reports back to Jedi Masters Augustin and Satel Shan. During a meeting with the council, August takes Patrick on as his Padawan and sends him to Kalikori village in order to help the matriarch with her recent flesh raider problems and also to repair relations between the Twi'lek refugees and the Jedi Order. After helping the matriarch, August informs Patrick that the flesh raiders are guarding their camp with an energy shield, and that the two of them must shut it down. Upon destroying the shield, a dark Jedi named Bengal Moore, a former Padawan of Orgus's, warns Patrick that he will destroy the Jedi Order. Upon returning to Kalikori village, it is revealed that the matriarch of Kalikori village passed away and her daughter Rano Tauven is her successor. making some changes here. All right, yep. Right. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah. Um, After protecting Calicori's crops from toxic flesh raider attacks, Orgus contacts Patrick with an urgent message. Flesh raiders are venturing into the ruins of Kileth, and he wants Patrick to find out why. Upon an investigation of the ruins, Patrick wanders into Bella Kiwix and her Padawan Kira Carson. Bella asks Patrick to set up hollow recordings of the ruins so that the council may monitor flesh raider movements. Orgus then contacts Patrick and asks to meet him back at the matriarch's compound. Upon arrival, Orgus tells Patrick that there are several Flesh Raider bases scattered around Tython, and that he wishes for Patrick to deal with one of them located in Upper Caleth. Upon examination of this base, it is revealed that some Flesh Raiders have been trained in the Force, presumably by Bengal Moore. Orgus contacts Patrick yet again and reveals that the Flesh Raiders are planning a mass invasion and that Kalakori village is in danger. Patrick returns to Kalakori village only to be captured by the Twi'leks. It's revealed that they traded Orgus for their safety from Bengal Moore's wrath. A T7 unit that Patrick found on a previous mission has the key to finding Orgus, and after communicating with the Jedi's archivist, Patrick then sets out for the ancient forge, a place of great historical importance to the Jedi. T7 leads Patrick to the forge, and after searching through some caves and fighting through many Flesh Raiders, Patrick confronts Bengal Moore and is left with no other choice than to fight him. Patrick defeats Bengal and chooses to spur him, handing him over to the Jedi Council. Orgus then decides it is time for Patrick to craft their own lightsaber, so Patrick proceeds into the forge to create a blue-bladed lightsaber. Patrick then returns to the Jedi Council, who declare him no longer a Padawan and fit to become a Knight of the Jedi Order. The Council, however, sensed more darkness in the galaxy and sent the newly knighted Jedi Knight off to Coruscant to track down more darkness. Patrick takes a shuttle to the Republic fleet at Carrick Station and then takes another shuttle to arrive at Coruscant. Jedi Knight Prologue Coruscant. Once the Jedi Knight arrives on Coruscant, they go to the Senate Tower, where they meet General Varsuthra, Master Orgus Din, Kira Carson, and Dr. Tarnus. It is then revealed to the Jedi Knight that the Republic has been developing a project called a planet prison, and that the schematics had been stolen by thugs called the Black Sun. Black Sun had tasked a Rodian named Vistus Garn with the job, and Garn proposed the heist as his own idea to his main employers in the Migrant Merchants Guild. The Jedi Knight infiltrates the Migrant Merchants Guild warehouse and recovers the stolen goods. They then confront Garn and defeat him and his turrets. The Jedi then notifies Agent Galen, who tells them to return quickly since they have had a security breach. Vistus gives the Jedi Knight the data files and chooses to let Vistus Garn go free, then returns to Agent Galen. Patrick gives Galen the stolen files, and Galen tells them that Dr. Tarnus was kidnapped while they were gone. Suddenly, Galen gets a message from Kira, who pursued the kidnappers. She has pinned down the kidnappers and can't hold them for long. Agent Galen asks Patrick to meet up with her at the spaceport and stop the kidnappers. Patrick and Kira break into the base, only to find that they were the decoy. The Jedis interrogate one of the kidnappers, who tells them the doctor is at the Black Sun headquarters. The Jedi Knight arrives to find that not only is Tarnus not there, but after catching the Black Sun leader speaking to a hollow of Tarnus, Patrick finds out Tarnus is a Sith who faked his kidnapping for the Planet Prison project. Kira contacts the Jedi Knight, informing him the data files were fake and Tarnus has the real Planet Prison. They track Tarnus to the Jedi ruins, where he is speaking with his father, Darth Angral, and 3 other Sith via hologram. The Jedi Knight fights Tarnus and kills him, while Darth Angral watches, and Angral vows vengeance against Patrick and the Republic. Patrick returns to the base, having saved Coruscant from the Planet Prison. It is revealed that Tarnus had transmitted details of the Republic's secret project to Angral, and that it was traced to Ord Mantell. Kira is approved to go with the Jedi Knight, and with a new ship, Patrick and his team fly to Ord Mantell. Jedi Knight Chapter 1, Strike of the Desolator, Ord Mantell. Arriving at Ord Mantell, the Jedi Knight meets with an SIS agent, Otto, who located the trace and takes T7 with him to help download the communications, while Kira stays behind to watch the ship. Once reaching the base, T7 finds design files for a world-killer weapon codenamed Desolator. Patrick returns to find Kira held captive by a Sith, a follower of Darth Angel. The Jedi Knight defeats the Sith and frees Kira. They report to General Varsuthra about their findings, and the General told them they've been getting reports about weapons facilities on various planets being raided, most likely to build the Desolator. He tells the Jedi Knight that facilities at Nar Shaddaa and Taris need to be secured. Taris. On arriving at Taris, General Varsuthra informs Patrick that he needed to find Dr. Nasan Godera, the inventor of all the special Republic weapons. Patrick finds out that Imperial intelligence is also searching for Dr. Godera. Godera's droid, REMO or Remo, helps Patrick find the Doctor. They reach the base, but Imperials have already captured Godera. The leader of the unit, Watcher 1, offers Patrick a deal to give him time to administer truth serum and harmlessly extract information in exchange for the location of a Sith assassin preparing to wipe out a settlement. Regardless, the Jedi Knight arrives to Watcher 1's base and defeats him in battle and rescues Godera, and he joins the efforts in helping the Republic. Nar Shaddaa. General Varsuthra warns Patrick that after the war, the Republic began working on a project to create the ultimate soldier, tough enough to fight Sith, a project called Power Guard. He also says Agent Galen went to investigate and has gone missing. The Jedi Knight needs to coordinate with an SIS agent to locate the project facility and the Republic operative running the project. The SIS agent, Chief Reckon, informs Patrick where Galen went missing. Patrick finds messages Galen left behind. One included a message saying the Republic operative is dead and that there was a recruitment center being used to obtain test subjects for the project. The Jedi Knight makes it to the recruitment center to find it overrun by Imperials. Patrick finds Vel Narok, who tells them the refugees volunteered to be test subjects to fight the Empire. He says the Imperials took Galen to their leader in the red light sector. Patrick finds the main lab is greeted by a hollow of Lord Sadok, a follower of Angel. He leaves behind an Imperial commander and a group of Mark I power guards to fight the Jedi Knight. Patrick finds a datapad to help find his next destination, where the enemy could have gone. They take the datapad back to the SIS base, only to find it was attacked, and the chief was killed, and now Tander was in command, and wished to abandon the mission. The Jedi Knight convinces the remaining agents to help him locate the backup lab. Patrick finds Agent Galen, who has undergone the Power Guard procedure and now under Sadok's control, who forces Galen to fight the Jedi. The fight temporarily breaks the control, and Galen tells the Jedi where Sadok and his Power Guards can be found, and dies before Patrick reaches Sadok. The Sith had upgrades, and Patrick fights him before the SIS agents arrive and find the data on the project, asking what Patrick wants to do with them. BRB. Okay, so that's Nar Shaddaa covered. Next is the halfway point. So in chapter 1, so Jedi Knight chapter 1, halfway point. After completing the 2 missions, General Varsuthra says the Republic got a message from an Admiral Hacklin, a close associate of Angral, who claims he wants to surrender and wants to meet at a mining facility and will only talk to Kira. Padraig and Kira arrive to meet Valas, who states the surrender was a deception. Kira knows he's a Sith and demands they kill him, and he reveals he is Kira's family and they are both children of the Emperor. Kira and Padraig fight and defeat Valas. Kira explains that Child of the Emperor is a title for people who grew up in the Sith Academy and were taken to meet the Emperor, only to come back different with no memory of the meet. Kira ran away when she realized she was going through the same thing. Padraig and Kira go to the Jedi Council to inform them of Kira and the children of the Emperor. General Varsuthra is also informed of the deception of the meet, and he tells them both Master Kiwix and Master Orgus have gone missing. Kiwix on Tatooine and Orgus on Alderaan. The two head to Tython to inform the council of what they learned about Kira and the children. The council agrees that the best decision is to leave Kira in the care of Padraig. Jedi Knight Chapter 1, Tatooine. Arriving on Tatooine, General Varsuthra says Master Kiwix secured the weapons facility before she went missing. Dr. Gudera informs them of a weapon on Tatooine called the Shock Drum, a weapon capable of creating vibrations that could harm droids, people in close range, and can even disrupt the planetary core, causing it to explode. After getting through the Republic facilities, the Jedi Knight finds out that they were attacked by a Sith, and he took the Shock Drum, kidnapped Kiwix alive, and leaving the other members unharmed. After restoring power, they find out that the Shock Drum is activated. After discovering the location of the Shock Drum, Padraig is contacted by the Sith, Lord Pravin, who has admitted to changing the deactivation code for the Shock Drum, and in order to retrieve it, Padraig would have to confront him. Padraig defeats the Sith and the opponent hands over the codes. Pravin admitted that he left Kiwix in close proximity to the Shock Drum, and the vibrations will eventually tear her apart if not stopped in time. After facing a sand demon, the Jedi Knight arrives to stop the Shock Drum and save Kiwix. Alderaan. At Alderaan, Varsuthra and Gudera warn Padraig about a weapon called the Death Mark, an assassination weapon used to tag people, making them a target of a laser weapon, which could strike them from anywhere on the planet. At the embassy, the Jedi Knight meets Count Ald and Elena Hark, who worked on a project. Elena tells Patrick that Master Orgus was killed by a Sith while protecting the facility, and the Sith stole the project using Kilix. Suddenly a small mark appeared on Count Ald, and he was killed by a laser before Patrick could save him. Getting to the research facility, Patrick finds his old master, Orgus, alive, defending the facility. Orgus reveals Elena is really a spy, stealing the weapon and planning to mark people with it. The first plan is to try and cut power to the weapon, and is contacted by Lord Neferid, another follower of Angral, who plans to set up a new power source. To find the weapon, they traced Elena to House Thule. Patrick goes to House Thule to find the weapon, while Orgus goes looking for Neferid. The Jedi Knight arrives and meets Duke Horace Thule, who is speaking with Elena. Elena fights the Jedi and loses, but she already set her marks on others, including the Jedi, and destroys it to prevent it from being removed. She is knocked out by Horace, and he reveals the location of Neferid. Padraig updates Orgus, and the Jedi Master reveals he was not searching for the Sith apprentice, but for Darth Angral, and he was on a cruiser to the Sith ship. Upon arriving in the main room of the base, Neferid shows a live hollow of Angral killing Orgus. The Jedi Knight kills Neferid, destroying the weapon. Padraig finds out that Orgus left a tracker on Angral before his death, tracking the Sith. Chapter 1 Conclusion. The Jedi Knight follows the signal to Euphrates, a flourishing planet that now appears to be a dead one thanks to the Desolator weapon. Patrick hears a distress call from a nearby ship and rescues the ship from the Imperials. He then finds out that Angel plans to use the Desolator weapon on Tython in hopes to wipe out the Jedi. Patrick and Kira go aboard, destroy the weapon, and face Angel. Before the fight, Kira becomes possessed by the Emperor thanks to her training as a child of the Emperor before running away. The Emperor commands Angel to kill the Jedi, and Kira is able to fight off the Emperor's control. After Angel is defeated, the Emperor takes control of Kira again, and Patrick has to fight her. After the Emperor is defeated, he threatens to kill the Jedi, even at the expense of Kira's life. Kira, however, fights his control again, and this time permanently breaks his control of her. The two return to Tython, and Kira is promoted to Jedi Knight, and the two Jedi are told to prepare for challenges in the future. Okay, so at this stage, I had the main game half done of the Jedi Knight story, and I knew that after the next planet there'd be two flashpoints that have big influences on the previous games, so I wanted to revisit those old games. So, Knights of the Old Republic. The story takes place almost 4,000 years before the formation of the Galactic Empire, so this is 300 years before the events of Star Wars The Old Republic, where Darth Malak, a Dark Lord of the Sith, has unleashed a Sith armada against the Galactic Republic. The player character, as a Jedi, must venture to different planets in the galaxy to defeat Darth Malak. Players choose from 3 character classes, Scout, Soldier, or Scoundrel, and customize their characters at the beginning of the game, and engage in round-based combat against enemies. Through interacting with other characters and making plot decisions, players earn light side and dark side points, which determines whether their character aligns with the light side or dark side of the Force. These choices affect which abilities are available to the character. Opening. 4,000 years before the rise of the Galactic Empire, the Republic verges on collapse. Darth Malak, last surviving apprentice of the Dark Lord Revan, has unleashed an invincible Sith armada upon an unsuspecting galaxy. Crushing all resistance, Malak's war of conquest has left the Jedi Order scattered and vulnerable as countless knights fall in battle, and many more swear allegiance to the new Sith Master. In the skies above the outer rim world of Taurus, a Jedi battle fleet engages the forces of Darth Malak in a desperate effort to halt the Sith's galactic domination. Whew, I need a drink. Whew, my goodness. Okay. Taurus. A soldier of the Galactic Republic wakes up to find himself in the middle of a battle on the Hammerhead class capital ship, the Endar Spire, which is on a mission under the Jedi Sentinel Bastila Shan. Trask Ulgo, another Republic soldier, aids his escape from the doomed vessel and splits off to face Darth Malak's apprentice, Darth Bandon. Trask seals the door behind him and buys his brother-in-arms time to escape. After entering the starboard section and finding Karth Onasi in the escape pod bay, the two join up and crash land on the Sith-occupied city world of Taurus. Karth is able to drag the unconscious man from the wreckage and rent an abandoned apartment in the upper city. The man remains in a stupor for the next few days. When the man regains consciousness, Karth informs him of the situation and they need to find and rescue Bastila, whose escape pod has crash landed somewhere on the planet. Bastila is and still would be, if rescued, the key to the Republic's war effort against the Sith, due to her ability in battle meditation, a force power that allows her to strengthen an entire army with confidence and spirit, while discouraging and confusing the enemy. Together, the two set out to find Bastila and proceed into the hostile world. The soldier and Karth learn that Bastila's escape pod had landed in the undercity of Taurus, a rough area below the privileged upper city and the slums of the lower city, where rival swoop gangs, the Hidden Backs and Black Vulkars, are engaged in a fierce gang war. The battles, plus the search for any other survivors of the battle, prompted the Sith to impose a security lockdown, forcing one of the pair to disguise himself in stolen Sith trooper armor to gain entry to the area. In the lower city, the soldier and Karth go to the Hidden Backs' hideout, where they find out from the leader of the Backs, Gaden Thak, that the Vulkar gang leader Brejik has taken Bastila captive, intending to offer her as a prize for the winner of the upcoming swoop race. Gaden agrees to sponsor the soldier as the back rider, on the condition that he retrieve a prototype swoopback accelerator that had been stolen from them by the Vulkars. In order to get to the back entrance of the Black Vulkar base, Gaden tells them to find the Twi'lek girl Mission Val and her Wookiee friend Zalbar, who are supposed to know a way in through the undercity of Taurus, the lowest level of the city where criminals and refugees were exiled. Coincidentally, when they find her, they discover that Mission needs their help as well. She and Zalbar were attacked by Gamoyan slavers, and Zalbar had been captured as a result. Mission agrees to help them infiltrate the Vulkar base if they help her find Zalbar. The group ventures into the sewers past Rakuls. They track down and rescue Zalbar from the slavers. Zalbar, in gratitude, swears a Wookiee life debt to the soldier. The group, led by Mission, go deeper into the sewers to the back entrance of the Vulkar base, which is guarded by a Rancor. They raid the Vulkar base and retrieve the accelerator after a confrontation with one of Brejik's lieutenants, Candon Ark. Afterwards, they return to Gaden and the Backs. They stay the night before going to the swoop tracks. The next morning, the untested racer manages to win the race. Before he can accept his prize, however, Brejik breaks the deal at the last moment, claiming the soldier had cheated by using the prototype accelerator. In the chaos, Bastila breaks free and a fight ensues. Brejik and his Vulkar thugs cannot defeat them and die in the battle. Having rescued Bastila, the party begins looking for a way to get off Taurus through the Sith blockade when a messenger comes to their apartment, telling them that a Mandalorian mercenary, Canderous Ordo, wants to speak with them in Javiar's cantina. When they get there, Canderous proposes that they steal the Ebon Hawk, a freighter that belongs to his employer, Dava Kang, the Taresian exchange boss. But first, they need the security passcodes to get through the Sith blockade, and the only place to get the codes is from the Sith base. To gain entry into the base, they have to purchase T3M4, a T3 series utility droid that Davik has had programmed with the entrance codes to the base. After purchasing T3M4, the party breaks in and kills the Sith governor to steal the passcodes. Canderous takes the soldier and Bastila to Davik's estate. Canderous recommends the soldier to Davik for hire as a ploy. Shortly after being welcomed, the three open the hangar doors and proceeded to steal the Ebon Hawk. Even as they do so, Darth Malak, the Dark Lord of the Sith, now leading the Sith after betraying his former master Darth Revan, orders Sol Karath, Admiral of the Sith fleet, to bombard Taurus in order to prevent Bastila from escaping. As they are getting to the Ebon Hawk, they are confronted by Kang and the galaxy-wide famous bounty hunter Calo Nord in the hangar. They kill Davik and leave Nord buried under the rubble caused by the Sith bombardment. After stealing the Ebon Hawk, the infiltration party picks up the others and charges the Sith blockade while broadcasting the codes and escape the Sith onslaught. Dantooine. Bastila reveals to the soldier that he is very strong in the Force and takes him back to the Jedi Enclave on Dantooine to see if the Jedi Council will train him as a Jedi. They accept, in spite of his age, particularly after it is revealed that he is experiencing visions detailing the fall of Revan and Malak, and that he has shared these visions with Bastila, with whom he has forged a Force bond. After training under Zar Lestin, the soldier, now a Jedi in training, is charged with doing battle with Juhani, a young Jedi apprentice who had been tainted by the dark side of the Force. After defeating her, he succeeds in convincing her to return to the light and is promoted to the rank of Padawan. He is then ordered by the Council to investigate mysterious ruins that are believed to be the place seen in his visions. There he finds a droid which requires him to pass 2 tests regarding his knowledge of astrography before proceeding further into the temple. The party completes these tasks successfully and is granted access into a room containing an incomplete star map, one which gives clues to the locations of 4 more similar maps. The party surmises that the maps, if combined, would lead them to a mysterious star forge that the droid speaks of and which seems intricately tied to the fall of Revan and Malak. After learning of this, the Council charges the Padawan with the mission to find the Star Forge, accompanied by Bastila, his companions, and Juhani. Meanwhile, unknown to them, Calo Nord, who has survived the carnage on Taris, is brought before Malak by Admiral Kareth. Nord offers information to the Dark Lord about Bastila and her companions, which Saul promises Malak would find most interesting. Malak agrees to hear this and to hire Nord to hunt down the party and bring Bastila to him alive. Tatooine. The newly christened Padawan and his companions journey to the desert world Tatooine and explore the city of Anchorhead. There, the Padawan receives another vision, indicating that the star map he is looking for is located in a cave. When learning that only hunters are allowed to leave the city, the Padawan persuades the head of the Zerka mining company there to hire him to eliminate the sand people that have been plaguing the miners and other hunters in the area. However, Aduros tells the Padawan that there might be a peaceful solution to the matter and urges him to find one. Listening to the Duras's advice, the Padawan buys HK-47, a HK series assassin droid thinly disguised as a protocol droid from the town's droid shop owner, Yuka Laka. With the droid's help, the player is able to communicate with a nearby tribe of sand people at their enclave and negotiates an end to the attacks on Zerka Corporation by giving the sand people chieftain 2 moisture evaporators. The chieftain then presents the party with his chieftain's Gaddarfi as a sign of good faith, and a map that helps them locate a star map hidden in the eastern Dune Sea. The Padawan then follows this map to a canyon Great Dragon's Cave and assists a local hunter, Comad Fortuna, in killing it. He enters the cave and acquires the second star map. As he and the others leave the cave, they are confronted by Calo Nord and some other bounty hunters. Calo says he will have to kill them in spite of Malak's request that he take Bastila alive. The Padawan and his companions defend themselves and kill Nord for good. Kashyyyk. The Padawan then travels to Kashyyyk and finds that the planet is under the control of Zerka Corporation and that they are enslaving the local Wookiees. Hoping to enlist the aid of the Wookiees in reaching the Shadowlands and the star map present there, the Padawan heads for the village of Rukroru. However, because he brings with him the accused Mad Claw Zalbar, into the city, he is seized and brought before the Wookiee chieftain. The chieftain Chundar, Zalbar's brother, is secretly in league with Zerka. Chundar blackmails the Padawan into hunting down a crazed Wookiee in the Shadowlands by keeping Zalbar as a hostage. Fortunately for the Padawan, that gives him a chance to find the star map. In the Shadowlands, the Padawan meets an old hermit named Jolie Bindo, who agrees to lead him to the star map in exchange for a favour, removing a group of Zerka poachers. The Padawan finishes the job, and as promised, Jolie lowers the deflector shield to let the party into the lower Shadowlands. When down there, the party discovers that the mad Wookiee is Freyr, Zalbar and Chundar's father, who had exiled Zalbar more than 20 years before as a Madclaw, only to discover the truth of Chundar's treachery later. Having been driven from Rukroru, Freyr descended into the Shadowlands, and when the party encounters him, he blindly attacks them and is defeated. However, the Padawan spurs him, and together they concoct a plan to get Baka's ceremonial blade, the symbol of a true chieftain, and fight Chundar for the title. Freyr says that the blade of the sword was lost in a ritual fight long ago against an ancient beast. The party baits, finds the beast, and kills it. They then retrieve the blade from its hide. They give the blade to Freyr, who then climbs up the trees towards Rukroru and asks the party to meet him there. While in the Shadowlands, the Padawan discovers an ancient computer whose artificial intelligence poses him a series of ethical dilemmas whose correct answers reflect Sith philosophy. The Padawan's answers are deemed wrong by the computer, which sends out defense droids to terminate the intruder. However, when the party successfully defeats the ancient droids, the computer scan of his brainwaves during the fight match those of the only person who is allowed to see the map. Thinking that the Padawan is that person, the computer allows the Padawan to see the star map. Upon returning to the lift, the party is forced to kill the Wookiee in charge of the basket, Gorwookin, who has discovered their betrayal of Chundar and attacks them. The party proceeds to the canopy on their own, meeting up with Freyr's supporters on the way to Rukroru. Upon arriving at the chieftain's hut, the room erupts in chaos, leading to a battle between the Padawan's allies, Zerka, and Chundar's loyalists, including himself. The Zerka and Wookiee bodyguards are slain along with Chundar, and as a reward for their aid, Freyr gives his only surviving son Baka's ceremonial blade. Zalbar is allowed to come out of exile and is no longer branded a Madclaw. Shortly thereafter, the Wookiees of the village unite under their new chieftain, Freyr, and rebel against Zerka with the aid of the party. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news of Calo Nord's death, Malak sends his apprentice Darth Bandon to take the bounty hunter's place as the leader in the search for Bastila. Manan. Following their visit to Kashyyyk, the crew of the Ebon Hawk heads for the oceanic world of Manan, landing in the docking bay. The Padawan's visions indicated that the star map was on the ocean floor, and here's the Republic ambassador to Manan, Roland Wan, might have answers to his questions. Upon reaching the embassy, the party asked Roland about a means to reach it. Wan agrees to help them in exchange for retrieving a captured probe droid. The droid had been surfacing from a survey of the Hrakir Rift, a major source for Manan's precious and unique resource, Kolto, and where the star map was when it was captured by the Sith. The Padawan agrees to help the Republic, infiltrating the Sith embassy via one of three entrances and fighting his way to the droid. The droid had been scavenged, but the part that Wan had requested is still intact. The party is leaving the base with droid part in hand when they are confronted by Selkath authorities with reports of shots fired within the embassy. The Padawan is put on trial, and despite being offered an arbiter to represent him, he single-handedly persuades the authorities to let him go. Now free, the Padawan proceeds back to the Republic embassy. The party learns from Roland that the droid was sent to investigate an illegal culto harvesting plant that was created by the Republic and which had recently broken contact with the surface. He tells the Padawan that the Republic hired many mercenaries to investigate what happened at the station, but none had returned. He also informs the Padawan that they had lost contact with the facility after uncovering some ancient artifact. In exchange for help in investigating the facility, Roland provides the party with a submersible and sends them on their way. Once they arrive, the Padawan meets a crazed mercenary and learns from him that following the artifact's excavation, the Selkath were going insane and killing everyone. Refusing to leave in spite of warnings, the Padawan fights his way through the facility and obtains an envirosuit and a sonic emitter in the process. Forced to leave his companions behind, the Padawan searches the ocean floor with the one wetsuit available and finds his way to a separate part of the facility. There, he meets the head scientist, Kono Nolan, and his associate, Sami. The two are the only human scientists still alive and are trapped in the facility. After surviving their mad attempt to kill him, the Padawan persuades them to tell him what they know. They inform him about a massive Phyraxan shark, which is responsible for the Selkath's insanity. Upon asking how to get past it to the star map, Kono reveals that he had been working on a poison which, in theory, could kill the shark. Sami believes that using it would pollute the waters of Manan in ways that may never be corrected. Following Sami's advice, the Padawan destroys the culto harvesting machine, calming the shark down and allowing the Padawan to approach the star map. When the Padawan is reunited with his companions at the entrance of the base, they meet Darth Bandon, accompanied by two Dark Jedi. After Bandon expresses his excitement that he could still have the pleasure of killing the Padawan, the party engages in a vicious lightsaber duel from which the Padawan emerges victorious. The Padawan returns to the Republic embassy and tells Roland of what had happened. Though displeased with the results, Roland thanks the Padawan and sends him on his way. The Padawan is again seized by the Selkath authorities, this time for his actions at the culto facility. Again, the Padawan persuades them to release him upon revealing the full story, which some of the Selkath believe tie into their myths surrounding the progenitor, which they believe the Padawan had saved. Dreadnought Leviathan. As the party leaves Manan, they are caught in the tractor beam of the Leviathan, the flagship of Admiral Saul Karth, Karth's old mentor. While they are being pulled in, they discuss how to escape, and the Padawan picks a member of his party to escape the Sith and rescue everyone else from capture. The Padawan, Bastila, and Karth are all put in force cages and are interrogated by Saul Karth himself as he waits for Malak's arrival. He also informs them that the Jedi Academy on Dantooine has been destroyed. Bastila refuses to submit to Karth's questions, so the Admiral questions the Padawan instead. For every question he answers incorrectly, Bastila is tortured. The Padawan's will weakens, but ultimately the Sith receive little of use from the interrogation. Saul leaves and orders the trio's torture to be continued. The Padawan faints along with Bastila, and Karth informs him that he got the worst of the torture, and Bastila is worried that the dark side is growing stronger because she did not sense a disturbance in the Force when Dantooine was attacked. However, she senses that Saul sent his message to Darth Malak. Meanwhile, the party member that was selected is able to infiltrate the Leviathan and get some weapons in the process. In the prison block, the selected party member finds Rodian, who helps in the rescue. In exchange for his freedom, he gives the party member the icebreaker. The party member uses it to open the area that contains the Padawan, and the others, who, when freed, recover their equipment from lockers in the next room. Afterwards, Kenris volunteers to take the group to the Ebon Hawk and get it ready for launch. while the Padawan, Bastila and Karth move to the bridge to disable the shields in the hangar bay. After getting to the bridge by walking along the hull of the ship in environmental suits, the Padawan, Karth and Bastila confront Admiral Karth and his men there. The Admiral confidently reveals that Malak's arrival is near, and Bastila confirms it through the Force. An urgent battle follows, which the three manage to win. Saul, near death, asks his old student to come closer so he can reveal a secret. Curious, Karth leans in, and with his dying breath, Saul tells the soldier something that sends him into a fury. Karth confronts Bastila about what Saul had said, and Bastila begs Karth to wait until after they have escaped to talk about it, promising to explain everything. Reluctantly, Karth agrees, leaving the Padawan in the dark. Before they are able to reach the hangar, they run into the Dark Lord Malak, who disarms Karth in a standoff with Bastila and the Padawan. Then Malak says he is surprised to see the Padawan again, which confuses the Jedi in training. This amuses Malak, who sneeringly reveals to the Padawan a truth that Bastila, the Jedi, and now Karth have been hiding from him: his true identity, the former Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Revan. Malak, eager to kill his former master once and for all, uses Force stasis field on Bastila and Karth, leaving Revan to fight the Dark Lord Malak by himself. After a prolonged battle, Bastila releases herself and Karth. She charges in, telling Karth and Revan to escape so they can find the Starforge. She then takes on Malak by herself, and the door seals behind her, trapping her and stopping Revan and Karth from helping her. Saying nothing else that they can do, Revan and Karth run to the Ebon Hawk, and after a skirmish with Sith fighters, escape the Leviathan. So this is the part that the game kept crashing at for me. So the game was very buggy, and I was able to make it through most of the game, but at this part where after I defeated the Sith fighters, there'd be like a cutscene that would keep crashing the game at that same spot. So I had no choice but to move on from that point. I could have got patches or something to fix all the bugs, but and then played it, but I couldn't be bothered. So yeah, I decided to move on to the next game at that stage. Afterwards, the rest of the group learns the truth about their leader, meeting it with mixed but overall positive reactions. In a strange coincidence, HK-47's memory, which had been lost to simulated damage to his memory core, was restored to a program designed to do so upon returning to his first and true master, Revan. Korriban. Eager to acquire the last star map and find the Starforge before it's too late, the group arrives on Korriban, a Sith world and the location of a settlement and a Sith academy. Students from the academy dominate the docking areas. These students, training to become Sith themselves, are encouraged to commit acts of cruelty and brutality. The most frequent victims of these acts are the new arrivals eager to join the academy. Revan quickly surmises that the star map would be accessible only by a student of the academy. Admittance requires gaining the notice of the student body and distinguishing oneself by means of strength, cunning, and or ingenuity. Only one graduate is allowed to join the academy each term, so a vicious and often fatal competition is encouraged by the Sith Masters. Revan finds help in this regard when he comes to the attention of Yuthura Ban, second in command at the academy. She quickly notices the vast force potential of her newest recruit, although she does not realize that she is dealing with the deposed Dark Lord Revan. She entangles Revan in a web of conspiracy whose ultimate goal is to engineer the assassination of Yuthor Wyn, the head of the Sith Academy and Yuthura's master. The potential students of the Academy prove their worth by performing various tasks and gaining prestige. Some of the challenges are martial in nature, while others were mental, but all require a certain commitment to the Sith ideals embodied by the Code of the Sith, which Revan is required to relearn and recite in order to take an early lead over his fellow initiates. The Code of the Sith, a twist of the Jedi Code, is a harsh insight for Revan, as much of its philosophy is based on the ideals and motives he had set in motion as the Dark Lord. At some point, Revan, most likely in an attempt to receive prestige, explores and raids the tomb of the ancient Sith Lord Ajunta Pall. This is complicated by the fact that the Sith Lord himself has survived the many centuries since his death as an embittered Force ghost. Ajunta Pall demands that Revan locate his infamous blade, taking it with him when he leaves the tomb. Revan retrieves the blade as well as two more besides. Revan then persuades the Dark Spectre that he could at last find peace if he was willing to seek redemption. At last, giving into the light, Ajunta fades away, redeemed by Revan. Between Revan's actions and Yuthura's plotting, Revan eventually wins the prestige contest, gaining access to the tomb of Nagasado and the star map inside. There he finds the last of the star maps and finishes the last of the Jedi of the Academy's trials. Upon emerging, he is forced to choose sides between Uthor and Yuthura and eventually defeats both of them, sparing Yuthura even after she betrays him following the death of Uthor Wynn. Upon leaving the tomb, all of the students of the Academy attack Revan. They are all slain. With his goals completed, Revan leaves the Sith world behind him and sets a course for the Starforge itself. Rakata Prime. Armed with the location of the Starforge, Revan and the crew of the Ebon Hawk arrive at the coordinates shown on the star maps, only to be trapped in a power disruption field that forces them to crash land on the planet that is the source of the disruption. Before they crash, Karth manages to send the coordinates of the Starforge to the Republic so that they can gather a fleet to destroy the Sith forces located in the system. They discover that the planet is a graveyard of crashed ships, many of which have been stripped and looted by other Voyagers affected by the power disruption field. Damage to the Ebon Hawk requires Revan to find repair parts as well as the source of the disruptor field. Not only does the field prevent the crew of the Ebon Hawk from escaping the planet, it also effectively cripples the Republic fleet on its way. Upon exploring the unknown world, Revan and his companions find that the world is inhabited by a species that call themselves the Rakata. Revan discovers that the Rakatans are divided into several tribes, one of which was the Elders, who maintain some of the technology from the Rakatan Infinite Empire that built the Starforge. The Elders, few in number, are at war with another, more primitive tribe known as the Black Rakata. Revan discovers that during his previous visit to the world, he'd exploited both sides to gain access to the Starforge, and he struggles to regain the trust of the Elders. Upon helping them recover some of their number who have been kidnapped by the One, the leader of the Black Rakata, Revan convinces the Elders to aid him in entering the Temple of the Ancients, which is the source of the disruption field. Though he is required to enter alone, Juhani and Julie, after receiving a vision that warned them that Revan was in danger, join him at the last minute against the Elders' protests. Together, they enter the temple. Inside, the three find their way to the disruptor field controls, only to be confronted by Bastila, who has fallen to the dark side. She has sworn herself to Darth Malak's service, Malak having used a combination of torture and preying on her arrogance, pride, and love for Revan to convince her that the Jedi are using and holding her back. In a tense confrontation, Revan is forced to defend the light from the very person most responsible for his redemption. He reluctantly engages her in a duel, but with Juhani and Julie's help, he defeats Bastila, who expresses surprise at Revan's power and comes to believe that he deserves to be the Dark Lord of the Sith. Bastila tries to seduce him back to the dark side, even going so far as to pledge her loyalty to him and promising him that she would use her battle meditation in his service and become his apprentice and lover. Despite her temptations, Revan rejects her offer, and Bastila angrily flees in a G-Wing, swearing that their next encounter aboard the Starforge will be their last. Escaping the temple and rejoining his companions, Revan and the others join the Republic's assault on the Starforge, knowing that the fate of the galaxy rested on their efforts. However, for Revan, the battle was a personal conflict, since saving the galaxy might mean taking the life of the woman he loved. The Starforge. Admiral Thorn Dodonna and Jedi Master Vandar are mystified by the sheer size and efficiency of the Sith fleet, and upon regaining contact with the Ebon Hawk and her crew, are horrified to learn of Bastila's defection. To counter the threat presented by Bastila, the Republic commanders come up with a desperate plan. The Ebon Hawk will lead a strike force of Jedi through the static defences of the Starforge. Only a handful of ships actually survive the run to land safely on the Starforge's flight deck, where Dark Jedi, backed up by the station's battle droids, attack the Jedi in the hangar. The Dark Jedi are defeated, and the Jedi strike team is assigned to defend the hangar so they can later make their escape. Revan and two of his companions advance into the Starforge and find themselves alone against the bulk of Darth Malak's entire fighting force. They battle wave after wave as they make their way towards Bastila. Finally, Revan and the others reach Bastila's chamber, where he is separated from his companions and left to confront Bastila alone. Bastila draws on all of her skills and the dark power of the Starforge, but is ultimately unable to defeat Revan. Through their love for one another and the bond between them, Revan is able to break Bastila's resolve and persuades her to turn back to the light. In return, Bastila admits her love for Revan as well and promises to use her battle meditation to aid the Republic fleet. Revan then leaves to confront his old friend and apprentice, Malak. Malak tries once more to delay Revan by unleashing more battle droids upon him, but Revan proves more resilient than he had expected, making it past them and into Malak's chamber. A long duel ensues. Revan starts to overpower Malak, who uses the technology of the Starforge and the bodies of the Jedi he had captured from the Jedi Academy on Dantooine to fuel his power, restoring his life force and strength to maximum levels. Revan releases the suffering Jedi one by one by destroying the machines containing them and allows them to become one with the Force. Malak is forced to rely on his own dark power, and after a long battle, Revan finally succeeds in defeating Malak, who expresses regret in his last moments before dying. After Revan flees, along with the rest of his companions, barely escaping the final destruction of the Starforge, the entire group is awarded the Cross of Glory, the highest citation of bravery in the galaxy at the time, in a ceremony on the unknown world's surface, and Revan himself is welcomed back into the Jedi Order as the prodigal knight. Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords. Knights of the Old Republic 2 starts 5 years after the events of the first game and follows the story of the exile Mitra Surik, a Jedi Knight who was exiled from the Jedi Order. During this time, the Jedi Order has been almost completely wiped out by the Sith. The game begins with the protagonist waking up from unconsciousness on an asteroid mining facility. After the player escapes with the help of their party members, they find the person who exiled them 10 years ago, who sends the protagonist on a mission to seek out the remaining Jedi to fight against the Sith. Opening. It is a perilous time for the galaxy. A brutal civil war has all but destroyed the Jedi Order, leaving the alien Republic on the verge of collapse. Amid the turmoil, the evil Sith have spread across the galaxy, hunting down and destroying the remaining Jedi Knights. Narrowly escaping a deadly Sith ambush, the last known Jedi clings to life aboard a battered freighter near the ravaged world of Paragus. Okay, so this game was pretty good, and there were hardly any issues. It was kind of buggy towards the end, but it wasn't anything major. So I was happy that I was able to do like a proper playthrough of this game. Paragus 2 in 3951 BBY, before the Battle of Yavin. 4 years after the end of the Jedi Civil War, Revan's ship, the Ebon Hawk, emerges badly damaged in the Paragus system, with 6 passengers on board, 2 droids that belong to Revan, T3M4, and a disassembled HK-47, 2 other droids, 3C FD and a HK-50 assassin droid, and 2 unconscious humans, Meteor Surik, aka the Exile, and Kreia. With 3C-FD's help, T3M4 manages to dock the ship into the Paragus mining facility, where Surik is put into a Colto tank in the medical bay, while Kreia, assumed to be dead, is placed in the morgue. After regaining consciousness, Surik finds Kreia, who wakes up from her trance. She explores her surroundings and finds a smuggler, Aden Rand, whom she frees from a force cage. The 3 of them seem to be the only persons alive in the entire facility, which is covered with dead miners and crawling with assault-programmed mining droids that are mining organics. Surik eventually learns that the HK-50 assassin droid is after her because of a bounty placed by the Exchange on living Jedi since the collapse of the Jedi Order. The HK-50 assassin droid, which claims responsibility for all the deaths and damage at the facility, tries to stop Surik from leaving, but she destroys it. In the meantime, another ship arrives at Paragus, the Harbinger, the Republic capital ship transporting Surik to Telos 4 before they ended up at Paragus. When Surik, Kreia, and Rand, in an attempt to escape from Paragus, board the Harbinger, they discover that the ship has been overrun by the Sith under Darth Zion. As Kreia approaches the Sith Lord in an attempt to distract him, Surik and Rand escape through one of the ship's fuel lines. Meanwhile, when Zion cuts off Kreia's hand with his lightsaber, Surik discovers her newly formed Force bond with Kreia when she unexpectedly feels Kreia's pain through the Force. Surik and Rand continue moving and meet up with T3M4, which has been disabled earlier by the HK-50 assassin droid. Upon reaching the hangar bay, they board the Ebon Hawk and fend off attacks from Sith troopers. Kreia, who has managed to escape from Sion, catches up with them and gets on board too. As they fly into an asteroid field surrounding Paragus 2, the Harbinger fires at the Ebon Hawk but misses and hits one of the asteroids, triggering a series of explosions which completely destroys the mining facility, asteroid field, and the Paragus system itself. Telos. Using the astrogation charts recovered from the Harbinger, Surik and her companions make their way to Citadel Station, the space station orbiting the war-ravaged Telos system. Upon their arrival, they are immediately disarmed and detained by the Telos Security Force under Lieutenant Dulgren for their apparent involvement in the destruction of Paragus, not coincidentally the main fuel supplier for Citadel Station, without which the station cannot maintain its orbit around Telos. During the investigation, a mysterious woman steals the Ebon Hawk with T3M4 on board. Chodo Habat, the leader of the Ithorian herd responsible for the Republic restoration efforts on Telos, offers to help Surik restore her lost connection to the Force in exchange for dealing with their rival Zerka Corporation. Despite Kray's disapproval, Zerk accepts Hobbit's offer and protects the Ithorians' interests from Zerka and the exchange. In return, the Ithorians also provide her a shuttle to fly to the surface of Telos 4. En route to the restoration zone on the surface, their shuttle is shot down by a Zerka air defense turret. Zerk and her companions manage to crash land near the Zabrak mechanic Bao-Dur, who served under Zerk during the Mandalorian Wars. He has been working with the Ithorians to restore Telos 4 after the wars. Bao-Dur joins Zerk and her companions and leads them to an abandoned Republic military base. Along the way, they fight some Zerka mercenaries and Kanaks. Once they are at the base, Bao-Dur points out a breach in the planetary defense system in the polar regions as the most likely location of the Ebon Hawk. Zerk and her companions then board another shuttle from the base to the polar regions. The shuttle crash lands on a polar plateau after being shot down by 3 HK-50 assassin droids. After destroying the droids, Zerk discovers a Jedi Academy hidden beneath the plateau. Upon entering, they are surrounded by the Handmaiden sisters, who disarm and arrest them. Zerk is brought before Atris, one of the Jedi Masters, who previously exiled her from the Jedi Order for defying the Jedi Council's order to stay out of the Mandalorian Wars. Zerk offers to help Atris deal with the new Sith threat and find any surviving Jedi. Impressed that Zerk holds no grudge against her, Atris allows Zerk to take back the Ebon Hawk and leave with her companions. When the group assembles again on the Ebon Hawk, T3M4 informs Zerk that it has secretly downloaded a holo record of her trial from Atris's archives. It turns out that there are 4 Jedi Masters in hiding: Zez Kai-El, Kavar, Vruk Lamar, and Lona Vash. She decides to find them to discuss a plan of action against the Sith and figure out why she has lost her connection to the Force. Okay, I need a drink. The good thing is that whenever I get through this massive recap, any future recaps I'll do will be much shorter because they'll only be, chapter by chapter. Okay, so Nar Shaddaa. Their first stop is Nar Shaddaa, a moon of Nal Hutta. The massive population and large cityscape of the moon makes it easy for anyone to hide and lay low for a while. Nar Shaddaa's nickname is the Smuggler's Moon. In her attempt to find Jedi Master Zez Kai-El, Zerk actively provokes the exchange by helping the refugees in the refugee sector who are being exploited by the exchange. She and her companions also fend off some Jedi hunting bounty hunters and Red Eclipse slavers. At one point, Zerk is ambushed by Vasis Mar, a Mira Luca assassin working for the Sith Lord Darth Nihilus. After defeating Mar, she shows kindness toward Mar, who in turn pledges allegiance to Zerk. After Zerk is lured into a trap in the Jak Tar cantina and captured by the exchange boss Godo, the bounty hunter Mira teams up with Zerk's companions to infiltrate Godo's yacht and rescue her. During their escape, Zerk and her companions sabotage the yacht's cloaking device and expose its position. Godo's rivals and the Republic forces seize the opportunity to attack and destroy the yacht, while Zerk and her companions escape on the Ebon Hawk. Godo apparently survives and orders his droid G0T0 Godo to join Zerk's team. Zerk later deduces that Godo is actually a hologram constructed by G0T0 to mask its true identity as a Republic planning droid which has gone rogue. After returning to Nar Shaddaa, Zerk meets Zez Kai-El, who answers her questions and teaches her a new lightsaber form or new force power. He also agrees to go to the former Jedi Enclave on Dantooine and wait there while Surik continues searching for the other Jedi Masters. Duxon. After leaving Nar Shaddaa, Surik seeks Jedi Master Kavar on Onderon as the Ebon Hawk enters the Onderon system and joins the long queue into the starport on Onderon's capital Isis. Onderon starfighters under Colonel Tobin open fire at the Ebon Hawk and start a space battle above Isis. The Ebon Hawk suffers heavy damage during the battle and is forced to land on Duxon, one of Onderon's moons. While exploring Duxon in search of a way out, Surik discovers a covert Mandalorian camp deep in the jungle and encounters Kendris Ordo, who has claimed the title of Mandalore and currently seeks to unite the scattered Mandalorian clans under his leadership. Ordo promises to provide Surik passage to Isis if she impresses him and his Mandalorian followers. After performing a number of feats, Surik gains the Mandalorians' trust and respect. Just as Surik is about to leave for Isis with Ordo and on his personal shuttle, the camp comes under attack by Sith assassins, who are swiftly dealt with by Surik and the Mandalorians. Onderon. Once Surik arrives in Isis, she becomes aware of an ongoing political crisis in the capital. General Vaklu has declared martial law and has been rallying support for a coup against his cousin Queen Talia. There are also many people demanding that Onderon secedes from the Republic. The Onderon armed forces have also split into two factions, with one side championing Vaklu and the other side remaining loyal to the Queen. Although Ordo wants Surik to support Vaklu in the power struggle, Surik is more inclined to side with Queen Talia. In the midst of all the political unrest, Surik tracks down Ordo's contact in Isis, Dagon Gent, and learns that he has been arrested as a suspect for the murder of Captain Sulio. After Surik helps Gent clear his name, he arranges for her to meet Jedi Master Kavar, who has been secretly serving as an advisor to the Queen. Surik and Kavar's meeting at the cantina is cut short when Colonel Tobin and his soldiers show up to capture Kavar. Before fleeing the cantina, Kavar uses Force Stasis to stun Tobin's soldiers and tells Surik that he will contact her later. While Tobin goes off in pursuit of the Jedi Master, Surik and her companions make their way out of Isis and fight Vaklu's men who try to kill them. Dantooine. Surik leaves Duxon on the repaired Ebon Hawk and travels to the grassland planet of Dantooine, which is still recovering from the Sith attack during the Jedi Civil War. The surviving populace have established Kunda, a makeshift government based in the former Matal residence under the leadership of their administrator, Tarina Adair. Due to the damage caused by this Jedi Civil War, many people on Dantooine are suspicious and distrustful of the Jedi, or simply any lightsaber-wielding person. Concealing her Jedi identity, Surik interacts with the local settlers and hears rumors that Adair had met a Jedi. Adair later reveals to Surik that she is in contact with Jedi Master Vrook Lamar because she needs his help to protect the settlers. The Kunda militia is too small and weak to resist aggression from a group of mercenaries. Adair also grants Surik permission to search the ruins of the Jedi Enclave. After fighting several logrics in the Enclave sublevel, Surik encounters Mikil, a former Jedi initiate whose training had been disrupted by the Mandalorian Wars. Now a historian and soldier in the service of the Republic, Mikil has been sent by Admiral Karth Onasi to protect any Jedi artifacts he can find in the ruins. Mikil becomes one of Surik's companions. Surik discovers a datapad in the library which shows that Lamar has been captured by the mercenaries and is being held captive in the Crystal Cave. Zurich goes to the cave and tries to save Lamar by fighting the mercenaries, but the Jedi Master reprimands her for acting on impulse. It turns out that he had deliberately allowed himself to be captured so that he can find out how the mercenaries are planning to attack Kunda. Zurich's rescue had complicated matters. Just as Zurich exits the cave, she meets Azkul, the mercenary leader, who asks her to help them in conquering Kunda. Zurich refuses and fights her way back to Kunda. At Kunda, Zurich strengthens the stronghold's defenses by activating droids and security systems, as well as recruiting more people to join the Kunda militia, in preparation for an impending attack by the mercenaries. The Battle of Kunda ultimately ends with the settlers' victory. After the battle, Lamar answers Zurich's questions and teaches her a new lightsaber form or new force power. Through her courageous deeds, Zurich not only gains the gratitude of the people of Dantooine, but also restores their faith in the Jedi. Duxon Return. After Zurich leaves Dantooine, she receives word from the Mandalorians on Duxon that Jedi Master Kavar has made contact and wants her to meet him in Isis. On the same day, General Vaklu denounces Queen Talia as a traitor and declares war against her. Thus begins the Onderon Civil War. The Sith, who have joined the civil war on Vaklu's side, are using the tomb of Freda Nad on Duxon as their base of operations. Zurich's companions join forces with the Mandalorians to launch an attack on the Sith at the tomb and manage to defeat them. Onderon Return. In the meantime, Zurich flies on a salvaged Basilisk war droid into Isis and participates in the civil war. With support from forces loyal to Queen Talia, she fights her way up the sky ramp and into the royal palace. In the palace, she teams up with Kavar and the Loyalists to defeat Vaklu's forces and their Sith allies. In the throne room, Zurich assists Queen Talia in a duel against Vaklu and defeats him. Vaklu is captured and his fate will be decided by the Queen. This marks the end of the Civil War. After the battle, Kavar answers Zurich's questions and teaches her a new lightsaber form or new force power. Then he leaves for the former Jedi Enclave on Dantooine, where all the missing Jedi Masters are to be reunited. In the meantime, Kreia secretly revives Colonel Tobin, who has been knocked unconscious during the battle, and orders him to deliver a message to Darth Nihilus to go to Telos 4. Korriban. Zurich's final stop during her search for the missing Jedi Masters is the Sith homeworld of Korriban. While exploring the ruins of the Sith Academy at the Valley of the Dark Lords, Zurich finds the dead body of the last missing Jedi Master, Lona Vash. She also encounters Darth Sion and briefly duels him until Kreia telepathically advises her to escape. Zurich then explores the Shira cave and enters the tomb of Ludo Kresh. In the tomb, she experiences visions of her past, her companions, and Revan, and gains a deeper understanding of the Force. Eyes of the Exile. Throughout her journey across the galaxy, Zurich regains her connection to the Force and, under Kreia's guidance, starts her journey toward becoming a Jedi Master. She also learns much about her companions' backstories after discovering that Rand, Bao-Dur, Mira, and Mikkel are Force sensitive. She trains them to eventually form a new generation of Jedi, whom Kreia refers to as the Lost Jedi, the True Jedi, disciples of Zurich, who will later form the basis of a new Jedi Order. Zurich also learns from Kreia that Revan was Kreia's Padawan at one point in time, and that he has gone to the unknown regions to counter an unseen threat from beyond the Outer Rim. When the three surviving Jedi Masters, Zez Kai El, Kavar, and Vrook, finally gather at the rebuilt Jedi Enclave on Dantooine, Zurich learns from them that the Jedi Council did not cut off her connection to the Force. In fact, she did so herself when she created a wound in the Force by activating the mass shadow generator during the Battle of Malachor 5. The trauma of sensing so many deaths through the Force caused her to instinctively sever her connection to the Force. After Surik fails to persuade the Jedi Masters to unite against the Sith, they explain that the new Sith threat in the form of Darth Nihilus had caught them off guard. As Nihilus feeds on the Force, he causes widespread death and destruction to worlds which have a strong connection to the Force. That was what happened during the Jedi conclave at Qatar, when Nihilus showed up and destroyed all the Jedi who were present, along with the Force-sensitive Miraluka species, by draining the Force from the planet, although the Miraluka Visus Mar survived. The Jedi Masters conclude that Surik has regained her connection to the Force by feeding on the life energy of her companions through her ability to form Force bonds with them. As they are worried that the exile will, through the Force, lead the Sith to them and eventually cause the death of the Force, they want to strip her of her connection to the Force against her will. At that moment, Kreia appears, berates the Jedi Masters for their arrogance and ignorance, and uses an extreme form of Force drain to make them undergo the same loss Surik felt at Malachor 5. Unable to live without the Force, the three Jedi Masters die almost immediately. Although Surik retains her connection to the Force, she becomes unconscious. In the meantime, the Handmaiden sisters dash into the Enclave and take Kreia prisoner before delivering her to their mistress Atris. Admission of Atris. When Surik regains consciousness, she finds out from her companions about what had happened and returns to the Jedi Academy on Telos 4 to find Kreia. She figures out that the Force bond between her and Kreia is lethal. This meant that if Kreia dies, Surik will die as well. In the meantime, Kreia reveals to Atris that she has fallen to the dark side and become Darth Traya. The irony is that Atris, in her attempt to rebuild the Jedi Order and prevent any future Jedi from falling to the ways of the Sith, has been corrupted by her studies of the ways of the Sith. After Kreia exposes her, Atris fully embraces her persona of Darth Traya and admits her fall to darkness. Kreia then leaves. Shortly after, Surik shows up to confront the fallen Jedi Master and defeats her. However, against Atris's expectations, Surik did not kill her and spares her life instead. Realizing that perhaps she can find her true self if she will simply let go of her flawed ideas about the Jedi, Atris awaits judgment at her sanctum of Sith holocrons within the Telos Academy. She also tells Surik that the Sith are about to attack Telos and that Kreia has left for Malachor 5, where she will wait for the exile to finish what she has begun there. The Battle of Telos. When Surik arrives at Citadel Station, she sees that the Sith attack has already begun. Along with the Telos security force and reinforcements from the Republic, Dantooine and Onderon, Surik and her companions fight the Sith and clear the station of enemy forces. Surik then teams up with Mar, Ordo and the Mandalorians to board an orbital shuttle and infiltrate Darth Nihilus's ship, the Ravager. Once on board, they plant proton charges on the ship and head to the bridge to confront the Sith Lord. During their duel, Nihilus attempts to drain the Force from Surik in the same way he did to other Jedi, but it proves to be his undoing. Instead of feeding on Surik's connection to the Force, he is weakened by the echoes of the wound in the Force that she carries with her. With Mar helping to distract the Sith Lord, Surik ultimately defeats Nihilus and claims his mask. Surik and her companions then escape from the Ravager just before it blows up. The remaining Sith forces either flee or are destroyed, thus bringing an end to the battle. Upon Surik's return to Citadel Station, Admiral Karth Onasi has a private meeting with her, during which he relates relates to her the story of how he met Revan, and enlists her help in finding Revan in the unknown regions. After Cirque leaves, Onasi meets Bastila Shan and talks to her about Revan. Exile of the Echoes. Surik and her companions travel to Malachor 5, where the war-torn planet's unstable environment causes the Ebon Hawk to crash. Surik navigates her way on foot across the planet's inhospitable landscape and reaches the Traos Academy. In the Traos Academy, Surik defeats the Sith forces and duels Darth Sion. Despite the Sith Lord's regenerative abilities, Surik convinces him to let go of his pain and willingly accept death, thus ending his immortality. Surik then confronts Kreia in the Traos core. Kreia refuses redemption and forces Surik to either kill her, to let go of the echoes of Malachor 5, or be killed and allowed death to consume the galaxy. Kreia is ultimately defeated by the Exile. Upon her defeat, Kreia gazes into the future, revealing the future of Surik's companions, of the planets they had visited, of the Mandalorians, and of the Republic. She also says that Revan came to Malachor 5 after the Mandalorian Wars, and again after the Jedi Civil War, and that he has discovered evidence of the true Sith, whom he has gone to fight in his own way. Meanwhile, on Malachor 5's surface, Bowdur's remote powers up and reactivates the mass shadow generator, despite Godo's attempt to stop it. As Malachor 5 collapses upon itself once again, the Ebon Hawk arrives in time to save Surik, while Kreia plunges to her death in the Traos core. Surik then heads off to the unknown regions in search of Revan. Okay, so back to Star Wars The Old Republic. So when I returned to the game, I created a Sith warrior, and this is her story from the prologue right through to chapter 2. Sith warrior prologue. Oh wait, yeah, opening. The Sith Empire tightens its grip on the galaxy. The Galactic Republic and its Jedi defenders lie weakened and vulnerable after the Empire's successful military campaign. With a fragile peace negotiated, the Empire sends all potential Sith to undergo cruel and deadly trials at its academy on the harsh planet Korriban. Today, one of the Empire's most promising young warriors has been secretly summoned by an influential overseer to face the dark side trials, much sooner than expected. Sith Warrior Prologue, Korriban. In the prologue of the Sith Warrior, I created a character called Piranus. Piranus' story starts in Korriban. Piranus must partake in the trials to become a true Sith. It is revealed that Piranus was in fact summoned to Korriban by an influential overseer named Tremel, also the headmaster of the Sith Academy. Piranus was brought to Korriban early from the training grounds for younger initiates on the planet of Zeost, but was taken to the former months ahead of schedule because of an enormous potential sensed by previous masters. With Tremel as Piranus' new master, the latter engaged in many rigorous trials to prove themselves worthy of becoming a true Sith, such as finding an ancient warblade, defeating a vicious beast inside the tomb of Marka Ragnos, and sitting in the judgment of 3 prisoners at the Academy. Piranus, after engaging in these activities, caught the attention of a visiting Sith Lord by the name of Darth Baras, who summoned the young warrior to his chambers for inspection. Baras, while being insulted by the low-quality training Piranus had received under Tremel, recognizes the potential that Piranus has hidden within and decides to spare the warrior his wrath, much to the dismay of Vamrin, an apprentice who had made himself a rival of Piranus ever since she landed on Korriban. Barris first orders Piranus to kill Tremel, and after Piranus returns, Barris takes over as his new master. In the next task of collecting stones, the apprentices remaining are Piranus and Vamrin. Okay, had to take a drink there. The final task Barris gives to Piranus: go into the tomb of Nagasado to find an ancient lightsaber. When this is completed, Piranus will finally have the title of apprentice. For this task, Barris gave the hopeful a Twi'lek slave girl with knowledge of Korriban's tombs, Vet, who helps break into the tomb and retrieve the arcane weapon. Piranus is confronted by Vamrin in the tomb as he coveted the blade for himself and Piranus' death. This resulted in a duel that ends in Vamrin's death. After returning to Barris, Piranus is made Barris's apprentice and tasked, along with Vet, to go by shuttle to the Imperial capital world of Drummun Kaas. Piranus takes a shuttle to the Imperial fleet at Viken Space Dock, and then takes another for Drummun Kaas. Sith Warrior Prologue, Drummun Kaas. Upon arriving, Piranus arrives to the Citadel in Kaas City to meet with Barris. Piranus' first mission was to safely transport a prisoner frozen in carbonite. She was given tasks with dealing with slave rebel leaders and breaking the spirit of a rival Sith Lord. All the while, Barris was interrogating his prisoner, a rebel spy, or Republic spy, who somehow discovered Barris' spy network. Out of options, Barris sent Piranus to the Dark Temple to retrieve an ancient torture device that would be beneficial to the Inquisition. The spy, before dying, revealed information regarding an extremely gifted Jedi Padawan being trained by one of Barris' oldest adversaries, Nomen Karr. In order to hide his spy network and proof of the Padawan's abilities, Barris assigns Piranus to permanently silence his spies on Balmorra and Nar Shaddaa. Barris provides Piranus with a starship, and she sets out to complete his mission. Sith Warrior Chapter 1: The Padawan's Fall, Balmorra. To begin the task of cleaning up the network, Darth Barris sent his new apprentice to Balmorra. On Balmorra, Piranus meets Malavai Quinn, an intelligence officer who helps with their mission. Their mission is to kill a Balmorran resistance general, Commander Rylon, who is really one of Darth Barris' agents. The first task is taking down the general's son, who is held in captivity by the resistance. Piranus must fight the jailer and a squad of Republic troopers before they can get to the son. Once the son is dealt with, Piranus moves on to killing the agent. After killing the agent, Piranus makes her way to intercept a Jedi agent of Nomen Karr, who was searching for proof of the Padawan's abilities by exposing the agent's true allegiance. After defeating her, it is discovered Quinn blocked her transmission and the cover remained intact. For Quinn's reward, Barris promotes him and allows him to station himself wherever he desires, and he chooses to keep serving Piranus. Nar Shaddaa. Piranus heads to Nar Shaddaa to silence another agent of Barris. This time, however, Darth Barris's burned agents have fallen under the protection of Lord Rathori, an upstart Sith Lord. The Dark Council has placed him in charge of their interests on Nar Shaddaa, so Darth Barris's apprentice must act without drawing unwanted attention. Piranus tracks down the agent, who is accompanied by Lord Rathori. After defeating them, Rathori, in an effort to show his devotion to Piranus, kills the agent and puts his life in Piranus' hands. Tatooine. With the primary cleanup handled, Piranus is sent on the trail of the Jedi Padawan. Intelligence has revealed that the Padawan spent some time training on Tatooine. With local guidance from tracker Sharak Abreve, Piranus follows the trail to Master Yonlok. Master Yonlok is a veteran of the Jedi Order and a great teacher. He was apparently able to bring out a special gift of the Padawan, the ability to see the true nature of a person, be it light or dark. Piranus arrives to find Yonlok with his own Padawan, who is severely devoted to protecting his master. After defeating both Master and Padawan, Yonlok's Padawan, in an attempt to save his master's life, reveals Nomen Karr's Padawan's name is Jace Wilson. Before he could reveal her location, Yonlok uses his Jedi powers to wipe his memories, leaving himself vulnerable to Piranus. Alderaan. Having discovered that the Padawan was originally from Alderaan, Piranus is directed to the planet and ordered to seek out and destroy any roots related to the Padawan. The plan is to continue striking emotional blows to draw out the Jace so that she can be eliminated. The unscrupulous Duke Kendo had been tasked by Darth Barris to uncover the Padawan's connection on Alderaan. He leads Piranus to House Organa. This brings Piranus into a confrontation with General Giselle Organa. From her, the Padawan's identity, Jace Wilson, is learned, as well as the whereabouts of her parents. So, looks like Jace Wilson's identity is learned either way. If you head to Tatooine or Alderaan, it doesn't matter. You end up learning her ability or her name before going to the next location. After confronting, so from her, the Padawan's identity, Jace Wilson, is learned, as well as the whereabouts of her parents. After confronting Jace's parents, the Padawan is finally drawn out. She secretly contacts Piranus and schedules a rendezvous in the distant Outer Rim. The meeting, however, doesn't go as planned. Master Nomen Karr, having discovered the planned meeting, instead sets a couple of Jedi in ambush. After dispatching the Jedi, a distraught Jace again contacts Piranus, pleading for an end to the chase. At the same time, Master Nomen Karr contacts Darth Barris, calling him out to settle it between themselves. Darth Barris sends Piranus in his place to Nomen Karr's hideout on Hutta. Finally, Piranus removes the last emotional support Jace had left. Rather than destroy Jace, Piranus takes advantage of Jace's fragile state to sway her to join. This marks the beginning of a subplot to either break Jace and turn her to the dark side, or to recruit her and secretly keep her light side. Darth Barris, upon discovering, is surprised, and because of the turn of events, bestows on Piranus the title of Lord. Okay, so at this stage, I used my red and blue dice. At this stage, my Sith warrior that I had created to try and bring balance and add more story about the Emperor had kind of caught up with my Jedi Knight. So both of them had half of the main game finished. That's chapter 1 finished. So I used the red and blue dice to decide who to start chapter 2 with first. Red 1. So I continued playing as the Sith warrior, and then once chapter 2 was finished with the Sith warrior, I played chapter 2 with the Jedi Knight. At the end of chapter 2, once chapter 2 was finished with the Jedi Knight, I used both dice again, and this time blue one. So next will be next I'll be playing the Jedi Knight to continue chapter 3. Okay, so Sith Warrior Chapter 2, Plan Zero, Taurus. After a brief break to enjoy being given the title Sith Lord, Darth Baras sends Piranus back to Nar Shaddaa. Darth Baras' master on the Dark Council, Darth Vengeance, is looking for a way to break the truce between the Republic and the Empire and bring the two back into a full-fledged war. A Republic general is meeting with some Empire traitors on Nar Shaddaa, and Darth Baras feels that killing the general might be the key. Upon successfully eliminating General Carstes Gon, Darth Baras is given the go-ahead to begin Plan Zero, which involves eliminating all the top leaders of the Republic military. Darth Baras has 6 targets in mind. 4 of the targets are in Taurus. While Darth Baras tracks the location of the final 2, he sends Piranus to eliminate the targets on Taurus. On Taurus, Piranus meets Moff Hurden, who quickly assigns Lieutenant Pierce to assisting his task. Lieutenant Pierce will provide intel from the command center while Piranus is working on the targets. You're told these 4 generals make up the Republic War Trust. The War Trust are 4 Republic generals that rarely are in one place. One by one, Piranus eliminates them, and in the end, Lieutenant Pierce is assigned permanently to Piranus' service. So at the end of, upon completing Taurus, I did 2 story flashpoints, Boarding Party and the Foundry. Boarding Party. Centuries ago, a powerful Jedi Master stood against the Sith Emperor. Although the Jedi was defeated, the Sith Emperor chose to spare his life and instead placed him in stasis. For the next 300 years, the Emperor probed the Jedi's mind, learning of the existence of a powerful space station, but the Jedi was powerful and resisted the Emperor's repeated attempts to learn its location. After 3 centuries, the Jedi escapes from his stasis. Now, the Jedi is not alone. A Republic fleet has formed a blockade around the station, and a direct Imperial assault would result in catastrophic losses. Rather than sacrificing a sizable portion of their fleet, the Empire sets in motion a plan to capture a Republic cruiser and sneak a small team of the Empire's most elite warriors behind the Republic fleet and claim the station for the Empire. The Foundry. Following an intense battle, a Republic cruiser carrying supplies to a hidden space station is now in Imperial hands. As the ship is readied for the assault, the Empire learns the location of the station as well as its true value. Built deep inside an asteroid, the complex has the power to create a nearly endless army of battle droids that answer solely to the station's master. The Empire knows that the control of this station can sway the war and put together a plan to take it from the Republic. But it won't be easy. The station is in the hands of a mad Jedi who wants to purge the galaxy of Sith, and the complex itself is surrounded by a Republic fleet. To take the station, the Empire sends a small group of its most powerful champions to the asteroid surface to storm the base, fight their way through the army of droids, and defeat the crazed Jedi once and for all. The Foundry was an engineering marvel that was built into a massive asteroid situated in the long-forgotten star system. It consisted of at least 12 manufacturing levels, according to data obtained by Imperial intelligence that were each capable of producing thousands of droids. A series of vast tunnels honeycombed the asteroid, which suggested that automated mining droids were used to excavate the interior of any useful ores. It was believed by the Imperial Reclamation Service that the facility used a network of tractor beams to capture and break down nearby asteroids to provide new raw material for its endless mass production. This facility was believed to be at least 20 to 30,000 years old and was built by a long-forgotten alien species. The specifications matched those of 3 other space stations that had been discovered by the Sith Empire, with all of these possessing tremendous power. These stations included the Starforge and another facility that was able to terraform entire worlds. The full extent of the production capabilities of the foundry were unknown, though it was believed it was able to change the entire galaxy. So yeah, the foundry is one of many ancient places that were constructed by the Rakata. So the Rakata were an ancient spacefaring alien species that spanned the whole galaxy. They had an empire, and they used machines to terraform worlds. 2 of these worlds were Kashyyyk. All the forests and the trees on Kashyyyk were created by a computer, the ancient computer that on Kashyyyk told Revan this when we played the first game. And Tatooine was also once wasn't a desert world. It had lots of water, and when the Rakata had terraformed Tatooine, it wasn't complete. So it was kind of like one planet being on top of another, which is why there's like water trapped underneath the desert surface. And the Sand People, the Tusken Raiders, in the first game, they had been passing down stories of Tatooine once being a world that was green and full of life. So that was really interesting. Eventually, what happened to the Rakata? They not only had lots of technology, they had lots of slaves too, and they built the hyperspace lanes as well. But you see that what happened was the Rakata, they were force sensitive, and all their machines that they built could only be used with the Force, specifically the dark side of the Force. But as time progressed, their connection to the Force dwindled until they could not use the Force at all. So that meant, as time progressed, they could no longer use their own machines, because they were cut off from using their own technology that helped them create their empire. Okay, so Revan was aware of the existence of the foundry and kept that knowledge hidden from the Sith Emperor. After his freedom from the Maelstrom prison, he travelled to the facility where he intended to unleash an army of extermination droids against the Sith Empire to eliminate the threat posed by the Emperor. Sith Warrior Chapter 2, Quesh. With the War Trust eliminated, Plan Zero was well underway. Barriss had tracked down Piranus' next target in Quesh orbit, Admiral Monk, from a Republic fleet. Piranus pursues the Admiral inside Darth Vengeance's flagship, but has to follow him to the Quesh surface. Once there, the Admiral reveals to Piranus that he was one of Barriss' spies. This distraughts Piranus, but she keeps serving Barriss. Hoth. Piranus' final target is Jedi Master Zarander, currently located in the frozen wastes of Hoth. Because Zarander had enlisted the aid of local Tals, Piranus soon finds herself tracking down some targets along with a bloodthirsty Tals named Brunemark. Their first meeting isn't warm, but eventually they decide to cooperate. Eventually, Piranus learns Zarander's goal on Hoth, to awaken a long-forgotten Jedi Master, Williat, from ice. Barris knows Williat from a long time ago because they fought once. Williat defeated him and tried to turn Barris to the light side, which he refused. Now Piranus must eliminate both Zerander and Williat. She finds them both inside the rack of the Star of Coruscant, and with Brunmark's help, she defeats them both. With the last of the targets defeated, Plan Zero is complete. Sith Warrior Chapter 2 Conclusion. Piranus returns to Drummond Cast to be congratulated by Barris. Barris then reveals that starting the war with the Republic again was not the only goal of the Plan Zero, but it would also serve as a method for him to ascend to the Dark Council. The only thing standing in his way was Barris's superior, Darth Vengeance. Barris offers Piranus an opportunity to kill Vengeance and then take a rightful place as Barris's right hand. Piranus agrees, and Barris orders Piranus to rescue Vengeance's former apprentice, Darth Lord Drag, so they can destroy Vengeance together. Piranus succeeds in freeing Drag, and together they defeat Vengeance, allowing Barris to ascend to the Dark Council. Okay. Finally, last part. Okay. Jedi Knight, Chapter 2. Hunt for the Emperor. Balmorra. While on his space station, the late Master Orgus Din speaks to the Jedi Knight, telling him that he must stop the Emperor and take the ship and head to Tatooine to find a starship. They reach the ship and find a Jedi, Jomar Chul. Jomar speaks to his master, Tol Braga, informing him of his status, and Jomar gives the Jedi Knight the sensor logs to deliver to the Council. The Jedi Knight reaches Tython and delivers the sensor logs, and he meets Tol Braga in person, who states he is creating a secret strike team and asks the Jedi Knight to join them to capture the Emperor. The first step is to locate an Imperial fortress hidden by a cloaking device where the Emperor resides, and they need to find it. He sends the Jedi Knight to Balmorra to meet with another Jedi who is investigating a way to pierce this cloaking around the Emperor's fortress. Padraig meets with Jedi Warren Sadoru, informing them of the plan. The Empire has a prototype cloaking device on Balmorra, and they will need it to find a way into the Emperor's fortress. In order to gain trust with Balmorra's resistance, Padraig saves the medical facility. It is there he meets the chief medic, Doc. Doc asks Padraig to retrieve some trauma kits the Empire stole in order to safely evacuate all the patients. Warren Sadoru meets with them after and tells them that the Resistance will help locate the device but need to have access to Sobrik, which is under heavy Imperial control. To lower security, Padraig creates false alarms at the other Imperial facilities to draw them away from Sobrik. Using the computers there, they locate the area where the cloaking device is. Returning to Sadoru, he introduces a Resistance leader who tells them one of their captured comrades might know where the cloaking device is, and if they wish to capture the base and rescue the prisoner, Padraig must disable the blast doors. He disables the blast doors and finds the prisoner. The spy tries to mislead them into thinking the cloaking device was gone, but Sadoru detected her deception. She revealed that under threat of death, she told the Imperials everything she knew about the Resistance. In an attempt to save herself from being executed by the Resistance, she tells them the cloaking device is at the Balmorran arms factory. Doc offers to lead the way into the arms factory. Doc is able to collect data on cloaking research and find the Resistance has secured the cloaking device and wish to keep it for themselves. The Jedi Knight obtains the cloaking device and gives it to Warren Sadoru, and Doc joins Padraig's team. After the mission, Tol Braga asks Padraig to find and help his Padawan Sajar, who was a former Dark Council member before turning to the light. Orgus contacts Patrick again, saying the Jedi Knight needs to help. So after finishing Balmora, I did the two story flashpoints, Tarl 5 and Maelstrom Prison. Tarl 5. Hidden deep within a dangerous region of space, an Imperial prison houses a legendary Jedi Master. Long before the Sith Empire's return from exile, this Jedi travelled to the farthest reaches of the galaxy to confront the Emperor himself, but the Jedi was defeated and held in stasis as the Emperor attempted to purge information from the Jedi's mind. For ages, this Jedi was thought to have been dead, but now a Force ghost has revealed that not only does the long-lost Jedi live, but he is being held prisoner within the treacherous Maelstrom Nebula. So the Force ghost is Mitris Surik, the main character and the main player character of Knights of the Old Republic 2, also known as the Jedi Exile. Armed with this knowledge, Jedi Master Oteg assembles a... for ages I thought that Force Ghost was Bastila, but it's actually Mitris Surik, which, that's cool to know that everything's connected. Armed with this knowledge, Jedi Master Oteg assembles a group of the Republic's most elite heroes and sends them to the Imperial world of Tarl 5. There they will battle against the legions of Imperial soldiers, as well as deadly creatures, as they steal Imperial star charts that will lead them straight to the hidden prison. Imperial forces are holding an important Jedi prisoner who is critical to the Republic war effort. A Republic team of up to 4 players must travel deep into enemy territory to recover the key to liberating the Republic prisoner. The story begins with an introduction from Jedi Master Oteg, a Yoda species Jedi Master. He asks that the players maintain an open mind, since the source of his information is unconventional and unusual. Master Oteg then helps the team to see a Force ghost of a dead Jedi, who says, "The darkness will consume all it touches, stars will burn black, ashes raining on lifeless worlds, everything ends. The prisoner holds the darkness at bay. Lost inside it for 300 years. His strength will fail, and then he will become the darkness." Master Oteg reveals that the Force Ghost has helped him to learn of the existence of an Imperial prison in the Maelstrom Nebula, as well as a way to get there. The only way to navigate through the constantly changing Maelstrom is using a Gree computer that is held in an Imperial fortress. The first half of the flashpoint involves storming this fortress to obtain the computer in order to free the Jedi prisoner. The fortress is on Tarl 5, which is guarded by a large number of Imperial warships. Master Oteg reveals that he has a captured Imperial ship that the team can use to sneak past the warships into enemy lines. The Republic fleet holds at the system's edge to monitor the team's progress. The ship lands on Tarl 5 and the Republic team fights their way to the compound. The planet is populated by both Imperial troops and jungle beasts. After defeating the Imperial leader, Captain Shivanek, the team must disable the fortress's security grid. Maelstrom Prison. After a vicious battle on and above Tarl 5, the Republic now holds the coordinates of the secret Imperial prison, as well as valuable star charts that are needed to navigate the dangerous nebula that surrounds it. With this information, ships led by the Jedi Master Oteg make their way to the Maelstrom Nebula and rescue the captured Jedi. But they are not alone. An Imperial fleet under the command of a vicious Grand Moff pursues them, determined to make the Republic pay for their attack on an Imperial world. As Republic and Imperial fleets battle, a small group of elite heroes make their way into the prison. Now they must work together to fight their way through elite Imperial soldiers deadly war droids, and powerful Sith to find and free the Jedi prisoner. The Maelstrom is a huge green cloud of charged space dust and raw energy which altered navigation coordinates and fuddled navigation computers. During the Great Galactic War, the Maelstrom served as an important location for the Sith Empire. The Empire hid a space station in the Maelstrom that served as a prison for Revan. Located along the Realgem Run, the vast Maelstrom Nebula has hampered navigators and explorers for centuries. The nebula's unpredictable electromagnetic radiation means the safe routes through the Maelstrom change every few minutes. When the Empire came into possession of an ancient Greek computer capable of calculating safe passage through the Maelstrom, however, Imperial strategists decided the nebula would be the perfect location to house high-risk prisoners. The Maelstrom Prison is a massive space station that uses both modern and ancient methods of containment. Intelligence recovered by the Republic SIS suggests some chambers were built according to specifications provided by the Emperor himself. The exact number of prisoners held is unknown, but tentative projections put the number at less than 30. This, in turn, suggests that freeing any of the inmates would be a significant blow to the Empire. Jedi Knight Chapter 2 Quesh. The Jedi Knight meets Sajar, who has fallen into a deep depression for surrendering to his anger and killed Imperial prisoners. Sajar tells them that an Imperial officer warned him the Emperor's wrath is coming to punish Sajar. Padraig defends the base as it is being locked down and meets the Emperor's wrath, Scourge. Scourge is intrigued by Padraig and gives up his mission to kill Sajar and insists he will meet the Jedi Knight again in the future. After the mission, Tol Braga tells Padraig to head for Hoth. Last part, finally. Oh wait, Hoth and then the conclusion, and then we can get back to the game. Okay, so Hoth. Upon arriving at Hoth, the Jedi Knight is contacted by another Jedi named Leia Nerez, who informs Padraig that on Hoth there is a vessel in the ship graveyard which holds the technical readouts for the Emperor's fortress. The Jedi Knight is contacted again by Leia, and she tells him to rescue a Republic squad who is led by a Sergeant Rusk, and he apparently has vital information needed to locate the vessel. The Jedi Knight arrives in time to save Rusk and his remaining squad member, and received the survey maps of the starship graveyard. Padraig returns to base, where he delivers the maps to Leia, accompanied by Medes, droids Leia is training to someday become Force wielders. They find the location of the vessel, and they head to it with Rusk and his new squad as backup. After facing Imperial troops, they find out the White Maw pirates stole the ship's databanks. They make it to the Dreadnought, which stands between pirates and Imperial forces. Padraig attacks one group while Rusk's team attacks the other group. They retrieve the data, and Sergeant Rusk is assigned by his superior to work with the Jedi Knight as a new teammate. With both the cloaking device and the technical readings, Padraig is called back to Tython to discuss the stage. The Jedi form a plan to attack the base, but before they leave, Jomar tells them of a vision that the Jedi Knight will fall to the dark side if he goes to confront the Emperor. Braga and the other Jedi remain unconvinced and are resolved in their plans. Jedi Knight Chapter 2 Conclusion. Padraig, along with Braga, Warren and Leia, arrive at the fortress with hardly any opposition upon arrival. The Jedi Knight arrives at the throne room, where the Emperor and Scourge are waiting for him. Padraig duels Scourge and defeats the Sith, and the other three Jedi arrive at the throne room. The Jedi try to detain the Emperor, but they are all no match for his power and are subdued by him. Time passes, and Padraig has fallen under the Emperor's control, being trained under the watch of Scourge. The Jedi Knight has another vision of Orgus, who tells Patrick to fight the Emperor's control. Orgus tells him to keep his freedom to himself and escape the fortress, and his dark ally will help. A Sith overseer arrives and asks the Jedi to help interrogate Kira, but instead Patrick frees Kira. The two Jedi arrive at the hangar to find Scourge has already freed the Jedi Knight's companions. Scourge tells the Jedi he had a vision centuries ago of Patrick defeating the Emperor and wants to save the galaxy from total destruction. He joins the Jedi and they fly to Tython. Yay! Finally done. Right. Now let's do Chapter 3. And of course I'll do a recap of the Jedi Knight Chapter 3, but after it's finished. And before start Chapter 3 for Piranhas. Chapter 3. Galactic Annihilation. The Republic and the Empire are at war, even as the Sith ruler secretly plots to consume all life in the galaxy with a powerful dark side ritual. Jedi Knight PatrickPearce races against time to thwart the Emperor's horrific plans. On the prison world of Balsavas, the Republic struggles to hold its most dangerous and deadly criminals. It is here that the Emperor's agents have chosen to begin his ritual by destroying the planet and everyone on it. Opposed by Imperial forces and rioting prisoners alike, PatrickPearce must fight to reach the Emperor's agents and stop their dark ritual before millions perish. God, glad I got through that list. Oh yeah, so I want to head to the fleet and max Scourge's influence. Lord Scourge, as the Sith Emperor's personal executioner, the grimly fatalistic Lord Scourge has personally killed more than 100 Jedi and 10 times as many Sith. Even the most powerful members of the Dark Council avoided offending the man bearing the title the Emperor's Wrath. Lord Scourge has dutifully served the Empire for over 300 years, his life unnaturally prolonged by perverse technology and his master's dark side powers. Centuries spent watching his fellow Sith Lords rise and fall has given Lord Scourge a unique perspective on people. He can analyze someone's flaws after only brief observation, and freely shares his perceptions whether they're wanted or not. So yeah, when we talked to Scourge, he revealed that he had once worked with Revan and the Exile. So chapter 3 will end with us heading towards the Emperor to fight him. So at that point, once I've finished Coralia and return to Tython here to be given those new orders, I'll switch my lightsaber color from blue to green. So I'm gonna head back to the fleet and upgrade Scourge's influence level to 50 to max. And then I'll head to build Salvis. And everybody wants to talk. Of course they do. At least I'll have a break from talking. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Okay, so 20 60. Alright, so I send 60 million. But first, screenshot of the day. Very rich. Okay, deposit. You'll want to give half to the Sith Warrior. So whatever I get from the GTN, Jedi Knight gets half, and Sith Warrior gets half. You know, balance. Right, so that screenshot. Very rich. Still haven't posted the screenshots from last time. Been so busy. But I'll do that tomorrow, I suppose. Accept. Right, let's check my... What to spend my money on. Yeah, all the perks. So That's the ship guild bank. And then improved. Priority transport, yeah. And then, yeah, that's it. So, okay. Okay, thank you. I think I'll log out and switch to the other character to get that same perk, and also to pick up the cash and then switch back. I think she's on the fleet. I forget what I was doing with them before, but I think it was something involving the crafting. Yeah. You have mail. Nonsense. Alright, so yep. Excellent. Alright, so the gifts, yeah, I should get all of the story companions up to 50. So, let's see, gifts. The gift vendor is it's either here or in supplies. Yeah, there it is. Right, so do them in order, I guess.
I'll be in my quarters.
How's it going, my lord?
You see anything you like? Just let me know.
So one each of the large purples.
Come back anytime.
Whichever one we get that has the most influence and gives the most points is what we go with.
Hey, thanks.
200.
Wow, I love it.
799. So that second one.
Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks. This is great, thanks. Hey, thanks. Hey,
Yep.
thanks.
So that's the best one.
Take a look. Everything you see is for sale.
Drain hyperspace smuggling routes. So about 300 will do. 3
Come back
million.
anytime.
Wow, I love it. Wow, I love it. Wow, I love it. Wow, I love it.
So I'll upgrade their
Wow,
influence
I
levels
love it.
based on when my characters have met them. So
Wow, I love it. Wow, I love it.
so Vet, then the ship droid, then and Treek, then Jisa,
Wow, I love it.
then Pierce, then Brunmark, then I'll switch over to the Jedi, do
Wow,
the
I
same,
love it.
which he
Wow,
mostly
I love
has.
it. Wow, I love it.
It's just
Wow, I love it. Wow, I love
Scourge
it. Wow,
that
I love it.
remains.
Wow, I love it. 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 Wow, I love it.
You know what? On second thought, I'll do this tomorrow before my next stream. Yes, that part's long and boring to put on stream, but then so is the massive recap I just did. But yeah, that gifting part of the companions, I'll do that. I suppose I can do Scourge now. And then the others I'll do them off stream. Okay, Kira. Oh wait, yeah.
Want to hear something crazy? I've done more fighting as a Jedi than during my entire Sith training.
Okay. Is that 5? Yep. How sad.
I wish it didn't have to be this way.
On the bright side, still alive. Not easy playing backup to the greatest Jedi warrior in the galaxy. Won't even pretend we'll ever be equals, but I've got some new moves to try out next time we're in a fight.
16. Remember your role.
Don't forget who's in charge. I call the shots on the battlefield.
Of course, General. I just deliver the payload.
Keep talking like that to her and you're gonna get dumped. Just remember who's in charge.
You wanted to see me?
Two. Good work.
We're getting closer to finding out who's behind this. Keep it up.
6. We can't change the past. Wait, is that a 6 or? Yeah, 6. We can't change the past.
Regrets won't bring Master Zalo back. He's gone. You just have to accept it.
Um, 20. Roll again. 6. That's the spirit.
The Empire doesn't stand a chance against the likes of us.
This. Standards of the Republic Health Administration must be non-existent. I went to medical school with a new acting head. Guy is a moron. Doesn't know a Viber scalpel from a field cauterizer. Barely passed his final exams. How is he the top doctor in the Republic?
17. Connections and payoffs.
The Republic isn't a meritocracy. I'm sure he bribed all the right politicians.
This is what always happens. Real doctors go out and save lives. Idiots stay on Coruscant and get themselves promoted. So what if this guy invented a vaccine for Zabrak scalp necrosis? I could have done it. I'm just busy.
12. You're doing great work.
Don't let your rivals' achievements get you down. You're much more successful.
What good is being great if there's no one around to hear about it? I'll tell you this much. Enough's enough. No more Mr. Nice Doc. The galaxy's gonna find out what a real physician looks like. I gotta find a disease to cure. Something really unpleasant.
Right. To the fleet. So I have until 4 o'clock. So I've got 3.5 hours. Oh yeah, I want to I want to see if there's any cool outfits to customize Scourge with. And a lightsaber.
I can spare the time.
Easy. I'm on it.
Take a look. Everything you see is for sale. Come back anytime.
Gracious of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice. I approve. Thank you. Gracious of you.
You see anything you like? Just let me know. Come back anytime.
Very nice. I approve. 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 Very nice. I approve.
Take a look. Everything you see is for sale. Come back anytime.
Very nice. I approve. 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 Very nice. I approve.
You see anything you like? Just let me know. Come back anytime.
Very nice. I approve. Very nice. I approve.
I've got good suppliers. Only the best sold here. Feel free to browse.
Welcome to our market, potential customer. Thank you for your patronage.
Okay, now to build Savas. First thing I want to do when I get to build Savas is I want to get on the taxis and travel everywhere to unlock all the quick travel points, because yeah, traveling around build Savas is kind of annoying. screenshot. Belsavus. Officially, Belsavus is a sparsely populated republic world dominated by Arctic plains. Its only notable feature is the rare tropical rifts that break up to expanses of ice, heated by natural geothermal vents and home to a surprising diversity of plant life. In truth, Belsavus is an ultra-secure prison colony established by the Republic. Until recently, the prison's existence was top secret, but its discovery by the Empire has resulted in rumors spreading throughout the galaxy. The galactic underworld. The prison is now in a state of lockdown, and both Republic and Imperial militaries have a presence on the scene.
Master Satil, we've arrived at Belsavus. Have you learned anything?
The Empire just launched a surprise attack there. Dangerous prisoners are free from their cells to wreak havoc down on the surface.
A mere diversion. The Emperor has only one true goal: the annihilation of all life on this world.
9. What's his plan?
Wiping out an entire planet isn't easy.
We don't know how the Emperor intends to destroy all life on Belsavus. We do have one lead. Intelligence indicates a high-ranking Imperial named Executor Kranus recently arrived on world.
Kranus is a pure-blooded Sith, fanatically loyal to the Emperor. Whatever the plan is, he's the one tasked with carrying it out.
4. Not if I find him first.
Do we have any idea where Executor Kranus is now?
Anna Tabord, a member of our order, is already on the surface looking for Kranus. She'll help you find the Executor, but she isn't strong enough to stop him. That task falls on you.
14. Doesn't it always?
Sometimes I feel like I'm the only Jedi getting anything done.
We all serve in our own way. You are our greatest warrior, and our best hope. Go to the planet's surface and meet Anna at the coordinates I'm sending you now. May the Force be with you.
BRB.
Done.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome to Macula Station, gateway to the Belsavis penal colonies. Feel free to ask me about our correctional facilities.
Can it, 05? This is a prison, not a tourist attraction. Master Jedi, good to have you aboard. Warden Blade's already okayed your admittance. I take it you're armed?
9. What is this place?
What can you tell me about Belsavis?
Not much, I'm afraid. Only the worst of the worst find themselves here. Be glad your stay is only temporary. Normally, I'd confiscate your equipment, but the Warden wants you planetside ASAP. Given the situation, I figure he'll want you carrying.
7. What's going on?
Tell me what's happening.
It's bad. Can't say much else. Just take the shuttle and report to the Warden immediately. And be careful, it's nasty down there.
Nasty, eh? Yeah, probably should do the heroics first. Before I get stuck into those, I want to travel around everywhere and get the fast travel points.
Bola.
Peppered bantha steak and chilled Corellian cocktail.
Mami topi.
Okay, so taxi. Oh, that's right. Isn't there a speeder vendor here somewhere? Guess not.
Die.
One of my finer efforts, I think.
Greetings. You are cleared for the following travel routes.
So I know that the fast travel points unlock automatically as you go past them, but I still like to do things the old-fashioned way and click on them manually.
Reminder, mechanized travel is for official business only.
So, this is going to be really cool with the way I've structured everything, because so basically I'll be doing each chapter,
Greetings. You are cleared
you
for
know,
following
side by
travel
side
routes.
with my Jedi Knight and Sith Warrior. So that means
Being safe out there.
right now we're going to do Build Savas, and then Voss, and then Corellia, and then at the end of chapter 3 the Jedi Knight will confront the Emperor. On the Sith Warrior, once we've defeated the Emperor, we switch over to the Sith Warrior and do chapter 3 with her, and she will be serving the Emperor. And again, we travel to Build Savas, then Voss and Corellia. So Build Savas on the Empire side is where the Dreadmasters make their introduction. So that part is that side is kind of important, since we'll be fighting against the Dreadmasters when we get to Oricon. Oricon is pretty cool. It kind of reminds me of the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. It's a very hellish looking type place. Which is perfect for the Dreadmasters. So once chapter 3 is finished for both the Jedi Knight and the Sith Warrior, I will use the red and blue dice again to decide which I will do the interlude with first. So the interlude takes place in Ilum, with the Battle of Ilum at the end and the False Emperor, which is where you fight Darth Malgus, who is the main game's boss. And then once False Emperor is done, I'll be doing like a whole bunch of operations and flashpoints. Of course, I'll be doing flashpoints in between Build Savas and Voss, and in between Voss and Corellia, and in between Corellia and Ilum. So in between, after finishing each planet and before moving on to the next, I'll be doing flashpoints. So whenever a group flashpoint is available, I'll just do a random group flashpoint, and then whenever it's time to do a story flashpoint, I'll do that story flashpoint at that relevant time. So before I start Corellia, I'll do the what do you call it? Directive 7, I think it's called. So, yeah, after the False Emperor, in the interlude, I will do like a whole bunch of operations. That's when I'll be doing operations for the first time. So I'll do a whole bunch of operations and what the on range. That's strange. There we go. So, in the interlude, I will be doing the black hole in Corellia, and I'll also do Section X in Belsavis. And then once so Section X is at the end of the interlude. So once the interlude is finished, for like once the main game is completely finished for both characters, that's when I will where's that? Yeah, I will start the hunt for HK 51. So I'll assemble, I'll use the scanner thing and go and find the parts for HK 51, and then assemble an assassin droid. So that will be fun. And then once that's done, I will travel to Makib for Chapter 4, Rise of the Hutt Cartel. So I'll do Chapter 4 will be will include the interlude stuff for Chapter 4. So that's so after Makib is the macro binoculars, the seeker droids, planet CZ-198, and the Dread War with Oricon, and then also Forged Alliances, which introduces Lana Beniko and Theron Shan. And at that part we'll go to Manan, and we'll also visit Rakata Prime, so that will be cool. So that's where the end of Knights of the Old Republic took place. Yeah, so once that's done, we'll do Chapter 5, Shadow of Revan, which is I think that one is the furthest place that free players can get to.
Stand by for examination and suggested products.
So that's a cool one where we go to, I think it's Rishi, and then Yavin 4, and then to Zeost. After that, we will do Chapter 6, Knights of the Fallen Empire, which brings us to Zakul, and then to Odison. It's in like 2 parts as well. So part 1 is chapters 1 to 9, and then we end up in Odison.
Stand by for examination and suggested products.
No problem.
Then we have to travel all over the place and do Alliance alerts and Star Fortresses. Then we do the second part, which is chapters 10 to 16, and then we move on to chapter 7, Knights of the Eternal Throne. Which I think it has 9 chapters. Okay, I think I will do the heroics now.
You need me.
Hey there.
So yeah, well, at chapter 7 we do Knights of the Eternal Throne, and then the chapter 7 interlude stuff, which is Fractured Alliances, which takes us to the planet Iokath. Oh yeah, we'll also do Uprisings, which were introduced in chapter 7, and yeah, in Fractured Alliances we'll go to Iokath, and then we'll do a bunch of story flashpoints, and also Jedi Under Siege with Osis, and if the Dantooine event isn't available at that stage, then we'll head to Dantooine anyway and do whatever quests are available. And if we can't do the Dantooine incursion flashpoint, then we'll just do a random flashpoint at that stage. So yeah, so for chapter 7 I'll be doing Knights of the Eternal Throne, and then the chapter 7 interlude stuff, which is Fractured Alliances and Jedi Under Siege. Then for chapter 8 will be Onslaught, which takes us to Onderon and Meksha, and there's also a bunch of story flashpoints, Objective Meridian, Echoes of Oblivion, Spirit of Vengeance, Secrets of the Enclave, and then of course finally is chapter 9, Legacy of the Sith. And then once where are we heading? Get Agent Minor. Yeah, once we've completed chapter 9 with both characters, we'll move on to the Elder Scrolls series, starting with the first 2 games, play all 5 games: Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. whoop. Where are we heading? Last entry is not encrypted and reads, "Heard that roar again. I hope this thing is not following us." Okay. A lesson is learned. Free captured scientists and destroy the GAN's weaponry. Oh, pet is dismissed. There we go. So everything, all the games that I plan on streaming are in the About section. Games that I have streamed is there, as well as what I plan on streaming next. And the list is long. 111 games that I plan on playing next. Of course, the only reason that the list of games got to be so long is because of this game. I was obsessed with playing this game for months and months to like do absolutely everything in it. And the only reason I've returned to it is because back then when I did everything, I didn't put any of the streams on YouTube. I was hoping to try and get the bonus there, but then I couldn't be bothered waiting around for new enemies to spawn. Oh, now they spawn. Of course. What? I received 5 OP1 catalysts. Aren't I supposed to get those during operations? That's cool. Too corrupt for Nemodians. A casino on Cato Nemodia was shut down for stealing from investors, but its haul was never found. Have your companion fix that. How not to fly. A thief escaping from authorities on the foggy world of Vasek accidentally piloted his ship into a mountainside. Your companion could recover the valuables from the wreck.
I was just wondering how I might serve you better, Master. I'll start this task immediately.
I'm your man.
Not a problem.
Oh, I think that's it. Okay, 3 down, 2 to go. Okay, so there's only one left. And this one is the hardest. It's only hard because you have to like find these freaking cube things. So I just have to like keep driving about until I find 4 cubes. Not even sure how often they spawn. See, I got one here before, but then it's not exactly at that location. Sometimes it's like here, or like sitting right here, or over there, or even there. Sometimes even in the grass there. They're quite small too. They're small and glow blue. You can click on them, but they're like kind of hard to spot too, because I think they can be camouflaged by the grass. Drag around them. There's one. Finally. Okay, so I need to find 3 more.
Everything went without a hitch.
One of my finer efforts, I think.
Two down, two to go.
Naya.
Perfection delivered on schedule. It was my pleasure to serve.
I'm back.
Am I good or what?
go. Just have to keep searching. Where did I get the first one again? Oh yeah, it's like here. cube. Aha. We got 4. Now we can use the computer. Here we go. Time for the last Datacron. Whoop, whoop. Savas. Datacron Master. Accept. Yikes, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I better get to sleep. At least now I can get stuck into build Savas, and things should go really quickly.
Bonita bola.
Alright, there we go. That'll do for today. So I'm going to stop the stream and get some sleep, and then I'll stream again tomorrow. and continue the story. So that's me for now. Thanks for watching and good night.